basically $8. 8. We'll say $9. If I can get $9, I can get both those things. Actually, give me this. Do this one though first. Is it this one? Okay, I need 40 cents. Give me this first. This way I don't have to keep clicking. I can just hold. Yeah. Fine, I'll do it. No, I've already tried going in that door. You can't go in there. You can go inside the garage and basement, but you can't go in there. I'm gonna tell a save right now. With this game, if I do continue to play it throughout the stream, I will not be going for achievements. I'm not here for achievement getting. Whatever achievements I do get, that's just for me playing. I'm not going to sit here and try and piss myself off by trying to get some of the achievements in this game. It's just not going to happen. I do not care to be like a few other YouTubers who really get angry at trying to 100% things, especially things that are annoying. Like, I don't care to, like, I don't like to have to rage quit on a game, and I've had to do that many times. How much was the bag? It was like 75 cents, right? Bye. What's the next one? $3.49. Just a cozy game. Not having to fight anything, not having to worry about nothing, like you're cleaning up your yard of leaves. And it's not that I don't like going for achievements, it's the fact that there's some that are just too annoying for me to care to do. So I'll sometimes look at achievements and try to go for those that I actually care about, like would like to have under my belt. But a lot of the time, I don't care to. I complete I will 100% complete a game, but in a different way. Like, I won't do it the way, like, most people typically would, where they get all the achievements and that kind of stuff. Like, no. I basically would say that I just play it until it's done. That's it. Like, I don't care about all those achievements. Achievements for me are just not... It's the game's way of saying, wow, you did it! You know, like, for me, it's a lot of the time it's boring. Some of them are, for some games, some of the achievements are pretty cool. Sounding or whatever. But they're useless, really. Achievements are useless. It's like, if there's not an achievement, for instance, for getting rid of every single leaf, then I'd call that BS. Because it's literally a game where you need to clean your yard, and it's not just your yard, because, again, basement, how does the leaves get in the basement? The garage I can understand, especially if the garage door is open, for instance. But then again, so I'm stating that in typical houses that I've seen, the basement is under the house. It's not, you know, I can't show it right now because I don't have the run thing. Alright, let's go ahead and do leaf entrance. I don't know if all these are, like, which ones are which. But I'm thinking I might go for the rake before the other bag upgrade. Actually, I might go for the other bag upgrade first. And then the rake. There's still that many leaves on this entrance. You must be joking. Don't I have the tie ability? Or is that an upgrade I actually have to purchase? I don't even remember. Let's look. No. It must be one... Not to mention that even though this is a new game, because it's connected to my Steam account, I don't think that I can get all the achievements now. Like, I can't get them again, so some of them you won't even get to see because I've already gotten them. Is what I was trying to say. Because I played this a little bit off stream. So nowadays I tend to do that, even though I knew what this game was about. Same thing for Berry. Now, some games I won't risk, like the anomalous coffee machine. I'm not a YouTuber in the sense that I don't make videos to then publish online. I stream. I'm a streamer. I'm not a YouTube video editor, creator, whatever you want to call it. Like, nope. I stream. So, unless I play the game, I can't prepare to know what is okay and what isn't. Like, I knew this, but because I saw some other people play it. But, like, some of them I don't. Like, the anomalous coffee machine, I only got to see what I got to see on, online, for instance. But there's so much to it, and much of it is, for me, it's questionable. Like, I am not safe to put it on YouTube because of the simple fact that, first off, I'm not going to go and sit there and try to hash out what their terms and conditions are in every aspect to know, okay, like, the demon girl one is okay for her to be online. Like, that would sit there. It would take me too long to probably get in touch with them too to say, hey, I kind of need a little bit more clarification on what is okay and what is not. I didn't realize this was part of the entrance right here. This whole thing that's why. Is that side part of the entrance then too? No. Front yard is smooth. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I want to get this one done. I almost have enough for the rake, so... So let's see. 8, 9, 10. So we want like 11, maybe 12 bucks, and then we can get both the other bag upgrade and that shovel. I want to say shovel so badly, but wait. I'm also trying to think of more like a schedule on what games are going to be played and when. So that this way people can know when to expect, like, for instance, the next time I play Adopt Me or whatever. But I'm getting so sick and tired of the people that come in when I'm playing Adopt Me or any type of Roblox game in general. At this point in time, I'm kind of debating even streaming Roblox anymore. This has happened multiple times where I've debated streaming Roblox, and then I stop because I just don't want to deal with the rude, inconsiderate, disrespectful little brats. And that's how I'll put it, to try to be nice about it. If people can't abide by and listen to my rules, aka one of them being not to ask for them to be able to add me as a friend, that is a boundary. That is my boundary I set as a streamer. If you do not like it, go elsewhere. I don't care. But you do not have to be a rude little prick and be disrespectful of my boundaries by continuously asking. Even when it so blatantly says not to do it. Right there in the title, too. Because I know a lot of you don't care to read descriptions. Well, you know. I know some of you will. I'm not talking about everyone. But I know 3/4% of people do not care to read descriptions. It's like 3/4 of the people, especially men, don't care to follow, instructions. Meaning, you get something, the only thing that comes to my mind at this point in time is IKEA. You get something from IKEA that you gotta build, and you hand it to a man, and they'll just throw the instructions away. Most typical men, they'll just throw the fucking instructions away. And be like, oh, I've got this. Bullshit, use the instructions. Like, no. They give you instructions for a reason. Use them. But that's the other thing. Most men don't care to read. And I'm not saying that again. I'm not saying all men. Not saying all men. But the majority of men that I know, put it that way, what I've experienced in the majority of men that I personally know, won't read the instructions, don't care about them, will just throw them away. Like, even my husband is guilty of that. He is. Not always, but a majority of the time, he is guilty of it. There's some things where it's like he's like, oh, I know how to do this. Alright, do I have enough? How much is this again? $50. So, we'll have to get that after. Now can I... No. Oh wait, I got the rake, so... I'm not gonna open that thing up yet. I think what I'm gonna do is rake it all over to there. To here. Basketball court and this spot, the driveway, is all gonna go right there. Even though there is one right here, but I care not. I'll go the distance. Oh, there's me. just put it all in that corner and then bring it? I don't know. I don't know how I want to do this exactly. I don't have the lower, which would be great. At least for a good majority of this. I wish I could rate that way. You guys wanna come? Come on. Come on. I do actually have to log into Roblox and get on the .me for a moment, at least just to keep my streak. But why did it stop? I hate that. I'm holding the button. Don't stop. I wonder if I can get some of the ones in the garage right now. It doesn't help me, except for money, but stopping. Basketball court is almost cleaned off. So it won't say that the court is. So me just moving the leaves like this right now isn't actually doing anything to, like, if you look, the court is still 0% complete because I have not actually gotten rid of. So you don't actually have to sell the leaves for them for it to notice, as long as you put it in your bag and make bags of leaves. That tells it it's clean. I would have expected that you had to sell the leaves in order for this to even be remotely. Because if I pick up one leaf, it would say, like, 1% or 0.1%, something like that. But yeah, just moving them off there, even though every leaf is off here, it still says 0% complete because the leaves are just elsewhere. And the game recognizes that. Which is great, because you can't cheat it like that then. Where, for instance, leaf value is 25% here in the entrance. Once you actually complete the entrance, you'll get the 25% for leaf value. But, let's say we were done with that one, and we were just moving everything to one location to get the max value or whatever. It doesn't actually work that way. Like, me moving these leaves does not make it more valuable. Matter of fact, this is actually less efficient doing it this way, only because you want to get that leaf value before you start cleaning up that kind of stuff. And if that gets done before this, then I'm going to lose the value of those leaves. But I'm doing this the way I want to do this, so, and I am not the person to min-max everything. I'll do sometimes, I do min-max sometimes, offline and stuff, but otherwise, I play games the way I like it, and if you don't like it, that's, you know what, too bad, you're not the person playing. I'm not going to play a game just because, the way you want, just because that's the way you want me to play. No, I'm my own person. You don't like it, you don't have to be here. Or you can just shut up and watch. Because that's the other thing. So I had taught somebody the way how I play Minecraft and what I do in the very beginning. And they go, okay, I see why you do that. Now I understand why you said you do it this way, and why that's better. So, for instance, in Minecraft, typically I play only mod packs, so I'm not playing regular, just downright Minecraft. I have, but I prefer to play modded because there's so much more to offer. Plus I like, clear-cut tasks, aka quests. I like direction. So, I'm gonna answer that in a moment. So, yeah, just, I play Minecraft different than others. When I've watched YouTubers play, it's completely different than the way I play, and I just prefer my way of doing it. So, for instance, like, I don't go and chop down enough trees and stuff to make a crafting table and to make every freaking tool. No, what I do is I get enough trees, or logs, whatever you call it. I make a crafting table. Typically, my packs also have a couple different key mods in there, like sophisticated backpack and sophisticated storage. And then also, I do things a lot differently when it comes to mining. So anyway, when I first start out, I get enough wood, and I make a crafting table. I get enough wood to make a pickaxe. That's it, just a pickaxe. You'll rarely ever see me with an axe as well. I won't make it out of wood, that's for sure. And so I make my first pickaxe, and it's wood, obviously. Then what I do is I take that pickaxe and I mine as much stone as I can with it. Now, a lot of the packs that I play also have the advantage of using tilde key as a mining thing where it will mine 64 blocks as long as that mod is in the pack too. And so it makes it a lot easier. But if it doesn't, I mine until the pickaxe dies, just like I do anyway, even with the mod, the special mod where I can, mine 64 blocks. So I kill that pickaxe. So now I have enough wood for a bunch of sticks. And then I make a stone pick, a stone knife, or sword. Knife, whatever, sword. It's all the same thing. It's a frickin' bladed edge, so whatever. Knife and swords are all the same thing. The only difference is how long a sword is compared to how long a knife is. So, I don't want to hear it. Both knives and swords do the same exact thing. So I honestly don't want any grief about that. They're just a bladed fucking weapon with one with a longer hand than the other. Anyway, after I do that, so normally I have Easy Villagers as also a mod in my mind, so it makes it a little easier. Even if you don't, it doesn't matter. You just gotta find the right librarian. You need to get Silk Touch. I do not mine. Normally, typically, I do not mine the dungeon and actually mine no. I will bring it home, place the blocks back down where I know I can be safe. I want as little time in that dungeon not dungeon, I call it a dungeon because it's so dark and dreary, but in the cave or, in the underground. Like, I want to spend as little time there as possible. We're almost got all the leaves over to this, so I can unlock that in a moment. No, actually, I probably need some money, so I'll have to probably pick them up first. Get enough to buy it, because I think it's like $1 or $2. It's anywhere, let's say, from $1 to $3. Although one was like 20 or something. No? That's never gonna happen. I know how to do that. Hit the basket with everything you can. I don't know if this is the right one. Anyway, how much is the 3? Can't wait to open that vent and just see the leaves go shoo, right in. Will this be enough? I don't know. Nope. Need a little bit more. Will this be enough? There. Wait, entrance is still 99.6. How? How is the entrance still 99.6? Like, this is the front yard. Just make sure that none of this is... No, it's not. Where is this one leaf? I'm trying to use this. No. Where is this one leaf? It watches in my... No, because those are the ones I just picked up. Yeah. Something isn't right. Crouch right now. So I can't even get any of those. I don't get this. Oh, now the entrance is complete. Do I really care to open up this vent? How much is it? I guess so. The answer to the... Oh, the other reason why I act for Minecraft, the other reason why I do the silk touch is because also, if you're mining a lot, you can fill up your bag pretty quickly. And this way, if you don't and you just silk touch it and bring it home, you can bring home way more than had you not silk touched it all. Not to mention, then you can also wait until you get some fortune and wait to place those blocks down. You just gotta store them, and then you can fortune them as well. So yeah, I just think a little differently. Like, I don't see a lot of other people, especially the YouTubers I've watched, because I don't typically watch Twitch. It's funny, I streamed on Twitch, but I never actually really watched people too much on Twitch. It was very rare that I did. I watch YouTubers, but that's about it. I don't ever go on Twitch anymore. And although I should just switch back over to Twitch, so at least I can then play music, I just don't care to deal with all the bullshit that I was dealing with on there. That's also why, for instance, I was streaming also on Facebook. You know, Facebook gaming or whatever. And I got so sick and tired of getting hit with, and this was at a time where I wasn't playing music in my streams, by the way, so don't come at me for that, because that's not the reason. But I had it multiple times where somebody tried claiming me talking, literally just talking to someone, which you couldn't actually hear them at that time, because I didn't have it set up right, so you couldn't really hear them talking, and, they tried copywriting, doing it multiple times on my videos, where again, nothing in the background, no music, no nothing, because I typically turn music off in games, anyway, because I am not taking any chances. So anyway, I have gotten a copyright claim. And people trying to claim my video as their own, and it's like, how? It's my voice. I'm the one playing the game, not you. So I got sick and tired of that. I haven't had to deal with that on YouTube so far. Like, I don't think I've ever had someone try to claim my video as their own. Haha. Oh, well. Oh, well for that. Probably just go to that vent. I'm not gonna go to this. I'm not gonna unlock this vent for no reason. I'd rather just take it over there for now. We almost have enough for this stupid blower. I call it stupid because I get that you have to unlock, you know, use money to unlock a lot of the abilities, and you know, like the extra help abilities, we'll call it. But at the same time, I feel like the blower is just not as good. And honestly, I think instead of a leaf blower, maybe add a leaf sucker as well. Like, they have special attachments for, like, lawnmowers for leaves. I know somebody who actually had a leaf attachment. Never used it, I don't believe. They just mow over it. I don't care. They didn't. They literally would just grind it with the lawnmower to a pulp. Okay, so now the yard looks like shit, but okay. I don't care. You know what? For me, I don't care about the aesthetics of my yard. Like, I'm sorry. I don't live outside. If you don't like it, that's too damn bad. You want to come over and deal with it? Then you deal with it. But let me tell you, first off, I'm not going to pay you. Because, again, it's freaking nature. If you do not like leaves on my yard, then you can come over and clean it. But for me, I'm not going to sit there. Like, to me, it's not... I can see cleaning the leaves out of your gutters. But to clean the leaves off your actual yard, I find to be so stupid. It's fucking nature. It's just going to keep happening. And you're just going to keep wasting your time on removing them. Leave nature alone. Let the leaves decay where they belong. On the ground. Giving nutrients, which I would imagine they're giving nutrients as they decay, to the ground. They use it like fertilizer. Come on. It's all natural. It's not like, you know... And that's another thing. Like, I was talking to my husband at one point about, like, the homeowners association thing, the HOA people. I was like, yeah, well, guess what? If I live in a place that all of a sudden just somehow gains an HOA, I'll be like, nah, I didn't agree to this. This is my home. I paid for it. I am the one that bought it, not you. You can't tell me what I can and cannot do with my home. I'm sorry, no. I think homeowners associations are a scam, and it's bullshit. I get that they can be good, and they're just trying, you know, but that's the thing. They don't care what your life is like. You could be too busy, let's say, for instance, leaves. They don't want to see leaves all over your yard. They don't care if you don't have the money. They don't care if you don't have the time or the means to do it. They'll do it and then just drop a bill on your ass. No. You know what? I'm sorry. But HOA should not exist in terms of telling me what I can and cannot do with my own home. I bought it. You don't like it? That's too fucking bad. I bought it. It's my property. That's how I feel. It's just like, okay, so we're gonna get into a lot of things, I think. Something else I had talked to my husband about. Mail. You know the United States Postal Service? I hate them. I love that they deliver our mail, and I'm appreciative of it. But I hate them. Because first off, my mailman is a complete and utter asshole. He wants to be fired, this, that, the other thing, and he wants to claim unemployment, is what we've heard, but they won't do it, even though we've all complained about how he handles our packages and other things. So, anyway, it's not just that the reason why I hate the United States Postal Service. Here's why I hate the United States Postal Service, and I say fuck them. They're not the ones that fucking pay for and install my mailbox. That mailbox should not just be claimed for United States Postal only. No. That's my mailbox. I paid for it. I installed it. Until you start paying for and installing. So, something else my husband and I were talking about, which I don't typically get into politics, but I want to get into this for a moment because it kind of goes on the same topic. Voting ID. So, technically, using an ID, anytime a voting poll place, if they ask you for your ID, technically, supposedly, I don't know. I really don't know, but that's what he told me. Again, because we were having this conversation, and I don't like to get into the politics of certain things. I just don't care. It's not, like, why do I care about it? I see why they would, you know, because how many times has a person pretended to be another person and got away with it? So I can understand why they would want to use your ID to state that, oh yeah, you are the person and you are able to vote. So, but like he had said, it's illegal right now, technically. And, again, I don't know that for sure. That's just what he has told me. Anyway, so, legally, they can't ask you for your ID. The reason why is until the government, I want to call it, I don't know if it's the United States government has to do it, or if it would be the state. But when you get, like, for instance, a driver's license, you have any kind of ID, whether it be a state ID, government ID, any kind of ID, you have to pay for. Until we don't have to pay for that, technically it can be considered as you having to pay your entry into voting. Because we have to pay for our license or our ID. I forgot how he said it, how he called what he called it exactly, like voter tax or something. I don't remember, and he's not obviously here right now. He's working. But that's the thing is, first off, I don't mind the whole ID thing because, again, you know, let's say my 16-year-old son, if they don't ID him, which he doesn't have an ID anyway. Let's say my 16-year-old son, though, decided to go in and say that he was Patrick Sullivan, and they don't ask for ID. Like, hello? Now, a 16-year-old just voted for a 40-year-old. Like, you see what I mean? But that's the other thing. Like, I also truly believe that we shouldn't have to pay for our ID, whether it's every 10 years, because I think each state is different. And don't get on me for it. You live in a different state, your rules are different. I don't know that. I don't know your state. I don't live there. I know what I've experienced from my state, so I can only say on that, but still. I'm talking about what I experienced. And my whole thing is I feel like we should not have to pay for our IDs, especially just to renew them. Like, I've got to renew mine, and I honestly just don't even care to, because first off, when do I get ID'd? I don't. Because I'm not sitting there buying anything I need an ID for. The only time I would need it is if I was driving, and that would be a driver's license anyway. And typically, while I can drive, I don't care to. I don't like driving. I absolutely hate it. I'm terrified of it, and I'd rather not drive. I get into cars. I don't mind other people driving for me, but I do not like driving. And I will only drive when absolutely necessary. Because first off, I was forced to get my license. I would have gone through life like my own grandmother. Like, I'm sorry, she only ever had a permit. She's never driven in her life. Well, except for probably to get the permit, I think. I don't know. I wasn't, born in the, whatever, they're 80. They're in their 80s, I think. So, like, whatever that is, I don't know enough about my own grandparents. I don't know enough about my own family, for that matter, to really get into. But, I don't think, until, like I said, the United States Postal thing is a governmental, I don't know if it's, like American, like U.S. government, or if it's, just state governments, but still, either way, it's part of a governmental branch, or whatever. And so it's a federal thing if you use a mailbox for anything, supposedly. Like, I was looking it up, and supposedly, technically, it's even illegal. For instance, if I was to go over to my neighbor's mailbox and put a card in there for their birthday or some shit. Like, supposedly, only the United States Postal Service can use the mailbox. And I'm sitting there going, no. See, I have an issue. There should be no reason why FedEx, UPS, what is that, DHL, all those other companies who deliver packages and stuff, I find it atrocious, and there should be no reason as to why they cannot place packages, especially if they fit, in your mailbox. For it to be illegal, I'm sorry, no. Until you start paying for our mailboxes and installing them. So you have to pay for and install the mailbox. You cannot tell me or anybody else who bought their mailbox and installed it that UHS and DHL and all that can't use that mailbox. No. Again, until you start, like, again, I have to pay for my ID, for my fucking driver's license. But yet, you aren't going to buy, like, you're gonna sit there and say that mailboxes can only be used by postal officials or whatever, and call it a federal, a federal thing, when you're not the one that pays for it. So technically, you have no right to state over my own mailbox. No. Again, I will. Until I die, I will always say that. No, you need to pay for it. Call it yours. You're basically calling it your property by saying nobody else can use it. So guess what? No. You need to start paying for it. I would, if I had the money and the means, I would fight that in court. I would. Because again, I'm the one that's paying for it. You're not. Let's say you're the postal people. Like, I love that you guys, yeah, you know what? My snail mail, my pen pals, my packages, all that kind of stuff, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the people who deliver our mail. At least the ones that actually give a damn. I don't care about the others. Like, my whole postal place pretty much needs a wipeout. There's only like 2 people in that post office that are decent people. Or, I'm not even gonna say decent, but like, they do their job in a polite and nice way, and they're not assholes about everything. They try to be helpful, this, that, the other thing. Where most of the people in that office are just atrocious. Again, this is my own opinion. This is what I've experienced. So, again, until you start paying for the mailboxes and installing them, you have no right to say, that's how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. You have no right to state that it's a federal offense. Oh, because I'm in a different area. You have no right to state that it's a federal offense for somebody to, I get that it's also a safety thing, so that, like, for instance, if somebody was to go in your mailbox, but again, you're not paying for it. I'm the one that has to pay for it. And I'm the one that has to install it. It's just like, okay, so here's another thing. And I get, well, you know, people go, oh, well, you shouldn't be so selfish and stuff. You're right to an extent, but here's my thing. Here's another issue I have. Sidewalks, for instance. I did not pay. While my taxes might have, I didn't ask you to put the sidewalk in front of my house. I didn't, you know, I didn't buy it. I personally, it took a collective of people with taxes to pay for these sidewalks, okay? I do not own them. I should not have to clean them. I don't care what they... No. For instance, where I live, I'm not going to state the town name or anything, but I feel like the village or the town should have to clean the sidewalks. Why? Because, well, you're the one that paid for them. I didn't ask you to do that. I didn't ask you to pay, you know... I sure shit didn't pay for a sidewalk to be placed. While my taxes might have, again, that's for the town to deal with, because the town is the one that did it, not me as a resident. While I may live in the town and my taxes help, I should not be the one to have to deal with it, because I didn't buy it. It's not mine. It belongs to the town, and that's what they say. Then you know what? They're the ones that have to deal with it. That's how I feel. Do not sit there and, you know, yell at homeowners, or like our town has said something about it. They have a machine that was, I guess, donated to them or given to them, whatever the case may be, that helps clean the sidewalks. And they said that it isn't their job to clean the sidewalks, and that they just do it as a courtesy. No, it is your job. You're fucking wrong. No, it is your job, because you are the one that fucking bought it and had it installed. I don't care if it was with people's taxes. Then people's taxes pay for the other shit too. So people's taxes pay for the people who have to go out and clean it, you know, the sidewalks. Because I'm sorry, I did not actually pay for it. It is not my property. They even state that. It is the town's property. Then, well, if it's the town's property, then you're damn fucking right that the town should fucking have to pay for any kind of repairs, or, you know, what do they call that? What do they call that? I can't think of the name, but they should have to. No, they should not be allowed to do that. I'm sorry to state, but it is not a person's. A person should only have to deal with what they are paid to deal with, or what is theirs. What is this? I never unlocked it. So I have to use my bag for this one. I don't see a vent. I don't know, some things I get very upset about. One of them being, you know, the whole thing with the mailboxes and the being a federal thing. No, it's not. It is not a federal thing until you have to pay for it, and you own it technically. And I'm just a user of it. But that's the other thing. That, I would say, is illegal then too, because this is your home. This is your property. And if you have somebody come in and say, well, they're going to place the mailbox and stuff like that. No. See, that's, like, I understand that in one you know, back in the older days or whatever, your mailbox, like for instance, we had a mailbox on the side of our house, like on our house, the front, and for the longest time, for years, they had to go to the actual mailbox on the front of the house, like on the house, and then because supposedly they did this, just because supposedly no one was getting mail here, they deemed it as vacant, nobody, you know, abandoned, vacant, whatever, and that was never true, but that's what they did, and so because of that, we were no longer grandfathered in to our mailman having to use the mailbox on our house. So we were forced, not them, we were forced to go out, buy a mailbox, and install it in where they wanted it to be. We had to get the okay, we had to find out where they wanted it. So again, I bought it with my own fucking money. You have no say over it. That's how I feel. I'm sorry, but nobody should have any say over somebody else's property, because now I bought it. It is technically my property, and that is not a federal offense for anyone to use my property as long as that's what I say. I mean, you guys, people can, I know nobody's here right now, but if they watch this, blah, blah, blah. But you can argue. I don't care. Go ahead. Because you know what? I don't mind people who turn around and be like, well, this is why I think this way is better. So, for instance, where we have to pay for it, blah, blah, blah. So the only reason why I think that it could even be better in the long run, I can't do that yet. But the only way I could see it being, good in the long run is the fact that, for instance, if it was the Postal Service's property, meaning they are the ones that had to buy it and place it on your property. If somebody smashes into your mailbox, like I'm saying this because this is something I experienced. Somebody literally smashed into our mailbox, went through the mailbox and into a tree that was on our yard. So anyway, we were able to easily just go out and purchase a new mailbox and place it. Whereas if we had to wait for the Postal Service to do it, again, my Postal Service, I wouldn't put it past them. You know what they'd do? They'd just be like, no, you have to come get your mail now. Like that's how and maybe that's how it should be, where we have to go and pick up our mail, because the simple fact is, again, they are claiming our property and calling it a federal offense for others to use it. It is our property, not theirs. So no, they have no say over it. That's how I feel. It's just like, again, I'll say it, and I'll continue to say it. I'm one of those people, so I don't normally get into these things either, but I have to. It's my body. I'm a woman, okay? Well, I'm on the edge. I am in the middle for pro-life, pro-choice. For a couple of reasons. First off, the big old A word can be a life-saving measure. If, for instance, I have children already, and trying to carry another baby would risk my life and my kids losing their parent, then you know what? You're damn fucking right that I'd rather give up that baby so that my kids actually have their parent. Because here's the other thing. While I believe that kids should have both parents, I truly believe that not in all cases. So it's not like I'm trying to say that men are shit at parenting. That's not this at all. But in most cases, it is best for the child to be with their mother. So, and now again, I'm not saying like men can't take care of their kids and stuff like that. That is not what I'm meaning at all. First off, we as women are the ones that had to deal with the pain of birthing them, had to deal with carrying them for up to 10 months, all that other stuff. Men don't have to deal with it. So my thing with that is, again, I don't, the man had not even half. You know, they say, oh, well, men had have to do with it. Nope. I don't agree with that statement. Well, yes, you need a man to, well, you don't need the man itself. You just need the semen from the male. Well, yes, you need semen from the male. That's it. Literally, I'm sorry, that's not half. Just because that's half of the DNA does not make that the person whose DNA is part of that child does not make them their father. Does not make them their dad. Does not make them their parent. First off, men don't deal with that. The women do. We are the ones that have to deal with. Until men can get pregnant and feel that same thing, they cannot say that that child is half theirs. Well, yes, I still agree that men who are what we'll just say sperm donors, because that's basically all men are, whether you're still together or not, or whether they're still the parent of the child or not. They're all basically just sperm donors. My thing is they well, yes, they still would have to pay child support because that is their DNA. I don't see why people say that the father should have any kind of, again, I'm not saying that all fathers are bad. That's not this at all. I'm not saying that all mothers are good. Like, nope. There's plenty of mothers out there who don't belong to having their children. I will say that loud and clear. There are plenty of parents, mothers, not just parents, but mothers, who do not and should not have their children. But that's also the case for men, too. Or parents in general, people. There are plenty of people out there that do not belong having children. There are too many kids out there who get the K word, who needed. I don't know. Sorry, I hate YouTube. I don't care for their, like, I'm not getting money off this. So if I say the word kill, die, suicide, all that kind of stuff, I'm sorry, they're just words. Well, yeah, they have a meaning, but the thing is we shouldn't have to be worried about what we say. What happened to freedom of speech? I think that counts. Obviously, if we're talking about murdering somebody, for instance, yeah, that's wrong. But if we're talking about how, like, for instance, if we're talking about, like, some of the people I've watched, they do things on, for instance, CA, murder, all that kind of stuff. They do videos about these cases and they do a story about it. My thing is I trust people more than I trust the regular fucking media that's controlled by the government. For one. For two, there are people out there, which the government has no fucking compassion, who can tell a story, and while it's a horrible story, can make you feel just a little bit better about it or whatever. Like, they do justice for the people of these stories. And I don't think that they should be censored just so they can be monetized, for instance. Because again, they're words, and what happened to the freedom of speech? So I truly don't agree with anybody, YouTube in particular, who turns around and says, oh, well, you can't use the S word. Or the M word. So M meaning murder. The S word as in suicide. Like, I'm sorry. The people, you know, you're taking my right away. And that should not be allowed. Because again, the thing what I don't understand with people is people are offended by words, okay? So I've said this many a time, and I hate to say it because for me it sounds like I'm racist about it, but I'm not. Like, I just don't understand how you didn't like being called this. So the N-word, for instance. I understand the whole slave thing. I do. I get it. I wasn't one that enslaved you, for one, so don't take it out on me. It wasn't even, for instance, it wasn't even my ancestors who did it. Like, there's no, from what I've seen of my ancestry, I've only gotten to see the one side, but there's no link to owning slaves at all. I hate that word, too. But the N-word, okay? And I'm not going to say it. Not doing it. I don't like the word, and I am a Caucasian. Although there's been... I don't know if I can trust this person. They're a cousin of mine who did the ancestry thingy. She even stated we do have some African American background. I don't know how much of that is true. Like, I really don't know. So I really don't like get into it. Like, I wouldn't turn around and just say I'm African American. I'm mainly Irish and German. But I have other, like, I'm a mutt. I'm not a purebred of anything. Yeah, sure, I was born and raised in America, but that doesn't make me American either. Because technically, if you think about it, I was born and raised in America, and so was my mother. Her father, for instance, came from Germany. So, but the people have a problem with words. That's what I was saying. So, African American people do not like when a Caucasian or white person, I really don't, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm going to say it right now. I do not know the politically proper way to call black people, African American people, whatever, or even my own race. I'm sorry, words are words. If I call you black, or if I call you African American, I'm not doing it out of spite or hatred. I'm literally just trying to convey something. That's why I will say white, or Caucasian. I will say black, or African American. I don't care for all these new, like, it's the thing is it's not my problem. It's your problem, not mine. Don't make it my problem just because you know you don't like for instance, which midget. I don't like the word midget. I'm not a midget, but I don't like the word midget. I like to call them. I don't even like to call them little people. If I have to describe somebody, I would call them a little person. But there are people who are that small and call themselves midgets. And that's on them. But yet there's so many of them that don't like that word. And personally, I take offense to that word because of the simple fact that to me, to my brain, it does kind of sound demeaning and wrong. It sounds degrading and just wrong. It's just like the N-word to me. Well, again, it has nothing pertaining to me. I take offense to that word as well. I do not like, and one of the reasons why is because you don't like being called that, but it's okay if you and your homies call each other that, or it's okay for you to use it in music, right? If you didn't like when I'm going to say we, because, again, even though I wasn't any part of it, and I shouldn't be blamed for what my ancestors may have done, because, again, I don't know 100%. I don't think anybody actually truly knows. Anyway, things weren't starting to be, written down and kept as the gospel, let's say, until, we started using cave walls to write shit down. First it was, cave walls, then it was, tree bark and leaves and stuff so, we don't, nobody truly knows. So, anyway, the whole thing is I hear it time and time again where African American people don't like if a white person calls them that because of the whole slave thing, which I understand. But yet, it's okay for you to still call each other that, or sing it in, your lyrics and stuff like that. I don't think that if you, as a person, don't like being called that by a white person, for instance, just because of the background from it, then, you know what? You shouldn't be calling your people that either. Because here's my thing. It's a fucking word. And while, yes, I take offense to it because for me it does sound derogatory and disgusting, it sounds demeaning, wrong, degrading, and evil to me. It's just a word. So, while I don't like it and while I won't listen to very many songs that have that word in it, there's a few that I will tolerate because it only says it maybe once or twice. I won't listen to any music that has that word in it. Because for me, I take offense, and I am a white person. You look at me, and I am a fucking white-ass person. I'm a ghost, So, while I'm a white person, I take offense to that word. It's just I used to take the word cunt, for instance. I used to take offense to that until a couple of books that I had read. Kind of okay, you know what? I don't mind that word so much. Not to mention that my mother gave me a little thing where it also made me not see that word as such a bad word, or wrong word, evil word, whatever. Such a derogatory word. So, cunt. C-U-N-T. See you next Tuesday. So, there's a bunch. So I guess my mom got it from her mom, and then I got it from my mom. She got it from her mom. I'm guessing that she got it from her mom as well. My grandmother got it from her mom. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know much about my own family. Like, I know enough about my grandfather to know that he came from Germany. I know his last name. I know his first name. I think I might know his middle name. But, like, even my grandmother, for instance, I know her first name. I'm not sure the correct spelling, if it's a C or a K, for her name. But I don't know her middle name. And I know her last name as being my grandfather's last name. Like, I don't even know. I think I do. I think I do know what her last name was. I'm not gonna, But, like, I don't even know my own mother's middle name. She will not tell me, and her mother won't tell me either. I'll just find out some way. I hate to sound morbid in a way, but maybe I'll find out when the time comes that I, unfortunately, lose my mother, and I will hate that day. Well, my mother and I don't always, and haven't always seen eye to eye. Like, we are, like, best friends. We have done so much together. Now, she might be the person who birthed me, but she's more than that to me. Like, first off, I'm not going to say that she was the greatest person ever, because nobody is. Nobody's perfect. But the world would be boring if it was. If everybody was perfect, blah, blah, the world would be a pretty boring place. Well, yeah, it would be much kinder. It would be boring. Like, every once in a while, you gotta have those Karens, you know what I mean? Type of thing. But anyway, like, I looked up to my own mom. Because, first off, she was a police officer. She's one of those people that wanted to protect others. Wanted to be there in times of need for others. Wanted to be there to protect those who needed the protection. Keep the bad people off the street. So, I looked up to my mother, and for the longest time, I always wanted to be her. Like, not be her, but, like, I wanted to do what she did. I wanted to be a police officer, this, that, the other thing. And when I first told her, she always swore to me that she would disown me. That she won't have one of her children being a police officer because of all she went through. And I understand. But at the same time, that's my choice. You have no right to tell me what I can and cannot do. As a child, sure, because you're the parent, and we're supposed to listen to our elders. But once I become 18, well, it's actually 21 at least from what I know, it's 21 for at least New York. We have, basically, in a sense, I wouldn't call it custody, because at the age of 18, they still could move out. But we are legally, responsible, technically, for our children until they reach 21. So, once I hit, let's say, 21, which I'm well past that, thank you very much, she can't tell me that I can and cannot become a police officer. She has absolutely no right to tell me that. But I didn't become a police officer. There was no way I could. My issues, unfortunately. I would have loved to. Now, my child is looking at becoming a police officer. And I told them, because of what they're looking into, I'm not going to go into a big discussion about it, but basically, what they want to do, I was like, well, you got to work up to that. You can't just, become a police officer and get that part of the job. said first you would wind up being, like, for instance, a patrol officer, where you're out on the road, or you're sitting in a spot to try to, you know, get people. It's like, because I said to my child, I was like, you know, what you see, for instance, in the shows isn't necessarily truly depicted as what actually happens. I said that's more for your really big police stations, your big, you know, big state ones, city ones, whatever you want to call it. Like, we have the one that they'd be joining is smaller than, you know, for instance, the one place that we watch where it's the LAPD. So the Los Angeles Police Department. They have a big fucking police office. Well, again, this is just what's depicted in the show. I don't know for sure, because first off, I don't live in Los Angeles. Second, I know nothing about Los Angeles, other than that it's in California, I believe. And even then, I'm not even sure, because of the simple fact that, again, I also don't care about any other state. And I'm not saying that, like, oh, I don't care for the people, or that your state doesn't matter. It's the fact that I don't live in your state. I live in New York. So what matters to me is what happens in New York. Or what is, you know, what I hate what some of the things happen in other states. I don't like listening to the news because it's too fucking depressing. Like, pretty much every time I hear news, I'd rather die. Like, that's how bad a lot of the time the news is. Especially for me. And I don't want to die. That's not what I'm saying. It's the fact that it's very depressing. You know, all these murders and all these shootings and all these abductions, all this kind of stuff. Like, it's just too depressing. I already know this happens in the world. I don't need constant, everyday fucking reminders. Thank you. Because for me, that is depressing material. So I choose not to watch news. Like, my husband, and he knows me. My own husband, he knows me. And he'll ask, well, have you seen this about, the news about this? And a lot of the time I'll be like, no. And it's like, you know, so, me. I hate Facebook. I hate social media. Technically, this is social media, but it's different for me. I hate in terms of social media, like Facebook, for instance. I don't, honestly, my idea of social media is different from what I guess they consider social media. Because here's the other thing. News for me is a type of social media. And that kind of social media is depressing. And I hate all the people who act so cheery and, like, no, you know, you just show the good parts of your life. You're not showing your whole life, and it feels wrong. It feels ill. It feels it just doesn't feel right. There's something about it to me that it feels fake. Falsified. So for me, like, I wouldn't consider, like, news again is a type of social media. But if you look at, like, I'm not gonna care to. I don't care to know what the full description is. I'm not gonna look it up just to know. But social media is what? Like, it's a platform in which you talk about things with other people or to other people. You post about content and things for others to view, read and react to, or watch and react to. That's how I see it. And a lot of the time, it's like, I'm sorry, like, even in the world today, in my country, you know, first off, for people that aren't in America to state that they're for America, that they see themselves as American, this, that, the other thing. No, you have no, if you don't even live in America, if you do not live in America, you have absolutely no right to sit there and say that you support America and some like, for instance, what's going on right now. If you do not live in America, now I get that, like, I'm not going to get into the politics. I'm not going to say if I'm on the left side, the right side, the blue side, the red side. Like, I don't pick sides. I pick what what I feel the best intentions are. So I don't care. I'll pick a Republican if they're a lot of it seems to be lies at this point, but I don't know. If they're spewing stuff that I actually think is a good thing, then I'll vote for a Republican. Just like Democrats. If they're spewing shit that sounds like good things and that, you know, it would be beneficial for our people, then yeah, you know what? I'll vote a Democrat. But I also don't see myself as a Democrat or a Republican. I don't know what the independent party actually stands for. I consider myself independent party because I am an independent person and I don't see myself as red or blue. I will vote for who or what I think is going to do the best for our people. And that's the other thing, is it's based on personal opinion. Everybody is different. Some people are selfish and only care about themselves. And that's where, you know, like I said, I'm a hypocrite in some ways because, well, my family will always come first. So in a sense, I'll say, like, I don't care about others. It's not that I don't care. It's the fact that my family comes first. And then, if I can help you or do something to help you and I have the means to, I'll do it. But not until my family is taken care of first. I don't look at it as being selfish either, because of the simple fact that, like, for instance, anybody listening to this right now or later in the future, you're strangers to me, right? Technically we're strangers. We're not friends, right? So to me, that's not selfish because you're a stranger and these are people, like, for instance, my own kids. I gave birth to them. You think I'm going to pick a stranger over my own kids? No. Like, nothing's going to stop me from picking my kids over a stranger. Unless my kids did something so morally wrong that like if they did a crime, for instance, and they told me about it, you're damn right I'm going to frickin' call it in and rat on my child. Like, I'm not going to sit here and protect them. No, I'm not getting in trouble for you. Winter weather advisory. Maybe it'll be another school day. Or not school day. Another snow day. So again, it's not that I don't care about others. It's just the fact that, again, my family will always come first. And if you don't like that, that's too damn bad. You're not part of my family. Like, for instance, my kids will always come first. Then my husband, my mom, his parent, like that. But, like, that's how, like, my immediate family is what will come first. Well, what if your kids don't live with you? They're adults now, and they'll still always come first. Like, their stuff, if I, like, for instance, if I have the money, and they need money to, let's just say, pay their rent for that month. Or their mortgage, whatever. Like, I'll pay for it. But I'm not going to sit there and pay yours. If I can't pay my own child's first, or whatever, why would I go and pay yours? Like, no. It's going to go to my child first. Unless, of course, they don't deserve it. Like I said, if there's something that they did and I just can't get behind and be okay with it, even if they did their time. Like, there's some things that I probably wouldn't be able to, like, then, to me, they're, you know, but my kids are good kids. Well, they do have their issues here and there. They do get into their little troubles. They also haven't done anything illegal, so it's like, and my kids outside of home are pretty well mannered and pretty good. Inside home, like for me, like I've said it before, I really don't care because I'd rather them feel safe in that. So for me, I don't care if they're a little rowdy or not always. Like, I'd rather them use, for instance, they're, you know, be polite about things. Thank you, goodbye, you know, no thank you type of thing. Well, I'd rather them still be polite about things. Like, if they burp, say, excuse me, or if you fart. Stuff like that. I'm also going to not nitpick on it because the simple fact that, again, as long as they're doing it out of the home, in public, around others, or if we have people over, that's another story. So, like, they're pretty good when we have people over. Like, that's the thing, though, is, like, my kids, they know, for instance, I'm not going to stop them from cursing. For me, personally, like, I was always told not to curse. Mind you, people that I was around, the one specific person, literally cursed up a storm for the longest time. That's all I ever heard. Yet, the person would always go, well, you have a truck driver's mouth. Well, gee, first off, you were a truck driver. Second, I have a mouth like you, because I'm around you, and that's what I learned. Like, don't get on my case. You don't like it too freaking bad, don't, you know. But to me, they're just words. Again, I don't understand. Like, I get that, for instance, those words can be bad words, you know, the way that, depending on how it's written or said or whatever, yeah, it can be a bad word or be derogatory or gross, nasty, whatever you want to call it. I guess if you want to say deplorable, I don't know. But the thing is without context, you never know what that, oh my god, that was fucking awesome. Like, fuck doesn't always have to be a bad word. Fucking awesome. No, the whole thing about the Lego movie or whatever. Everything is awesome. No, you know what? Everything's fucking awesome. Like, it's a word. We're the ones that made up language. We as people, we are people. We are human. That's what scientists or doctors or whatever have deemed us. Everything is subject to opinion because of the simple fact that we're the one that made up the rules. We're the ones that made up whether or not, like, for instance, So here, it's okay to kill people in war, but everyday life, it's not, right? Well, how is it any different? How is that any different? I guess if we're protecting our country, stuff like that, but still, like, why do we want bloodshed anyway? We don't. You know, the world would be a better place if everyone was just respectful of one another. What I mean by respectful is we don't have to be friends. We don't even have to like each other. But to understand that we all have differences and we all have our own beliefs should not get somebody killed. Like, I'm not going to say anything on it except that, so the whole thing, like, with Charlie Kirk. I'm not going to say whether I agree with what he said, like, because first off, I don't know anything of Charlie Kirk other than what I heard about when that whole thing was going on. And that really wasn't much. The only thing I know was that he is a, I guess, far left leaning? No, far right leaning. I don't know. I don't get into the politics. I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, and I won't say that I am. I won't turn around and say that I'll vote Republican or vote Democrat. If neither option is good enough for me, I'd rather actually not vote them. If there's only two options to choose from, let's say, then I'd rather not vote. The whole thing of, oh, well, you should vote for the lesser of two evils, for me, no. What do you mean lesser of two evils? Both parties can be evil. It's all a matter of who you have in the party. Because again, we're talking about Republicans and Democrats as a whole. But that's the thing. We're made up of people. Democrats and Republicans are made up of people. And every person is different. Every person's views and beliefs and what they, you know, agree and disagree with, we're all people. So, like, for instance, a lot of, when COVID was going on, a lot of people were saying, oh, they hate China, they hate China, they hate China. It's not fucking China you hate. Okay? It's not the people of China, the residents of China, not the government. We're not talking about government here. But the normal residents. You do not hate China. You hate, for instance, the government. Or whatever person is doing the damage. Or whatever, like if it's the government, if it's, what are they called? Are they called cults? Like, what are they called? Like, so for instance, like, whatever Antifa is, like, again, I don't get into these kinds of things. So I may say this word because I've heard it, but I don't know what it's about, for instance. So, like, Antifa. Like, are they a cult? Like, is that what the word I'm looking for? Klan, like, what do we call those people? Besides terrorists. Like, I get that people call them terrorists, and I understand why, but what would we actually label? Like, we don't hate white people, we hate the KKK. Like, that's what it comes down to. So, again, for people to sit there and go, oh, well, we hate China, we hate China, we hate China. No, it's not. You don't hate China. Don't put the whole fucking country under a fucking big, huge white and that. You're not looking at every aspect of China. No, you're looking at one thing. One form of it. It's just like people right now with the United States and the way it's going and stuff. Again, I'm not going to get into it, but like, I'm not actually going to state my opinions on the matter. But people are in other countries and even in America, people are so against what's going on. And again, I'm not going to state my own opinion. because I don't care to get into it. I don't care for people to know what side I lean on or what all that kind of stuff. People will go, like, the whole thing, you're woke. Yeah, you know what? Oh, you're right. I am. But I'll say it. Because the thing is, I don't see it as I'm wrong in any way. I just see it as, like, the whole thing with trans people and gay people, like, they're people. They're human. We're the ones that made up these words. We're the ones that made up, for instance, boy, girl. Like science. Oh, if it was science, sensitive, medical field, whatever, it doesn't really matter who came up with it. It just matters that we as people came up with it. So everybody's idea on this whole gender thing, like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna sit there and say, like, a couple years ago when I first looked at it and I heard about this whole transgender thing, first off, while I may not understand it, I'm not gonna say how a person should feel, and this, that, the other thing. Everybody is different, and everybody should be different. It makes us unique. And if somebody feels wrong inside their body, then that's for them. And while I may not understand it, that doesn't mean I can't be respectful of it. And that doesn't mean that others don't need to be respectful of it either. Just because you may not like it or understand it, or you only think, you have your opinion of, oh, it's only boy, girl. There's supposedly, at least back years ago when I first learned of it, there were 72 fucking genders. Not including male and female. No. I'm sorry. I won't see it that way. Never will. So anybody, don't come at me because you see yourself as your gender as being asexual. No, that's your sexual identity, not your gender. There's some things in there that they're not genders. No. I see gender as being boy or girl, or being both. You're either a boy, a girl, or you're both. You feel like both. Your sexual identity is totally different. There are people literally, like, I punch them, slap them upside the head and be like, you're stupid. But there are some people who say that lesbian and gay are gender. No. And mind you, we've used boy girl for how long? Because we made it up. We as people, again, we made it up. But the thing is if we just use they them for everything, this would never have been a problem. This whole gender thing would never have been a problem. Because, if we go, instead of saying, oh, she mowed the grass. So let's say, Jessica, that's the first name, like, female name that I could think of. First one that I know, like, I've only ever seen a female named it. So again, let's just say Jessica for the sake of this. Lost train of thought because of that stupid wall. Basically, we are the ones who created the identity of gender. We are the ones, we as people created the word, like, for instance, transgender and what it means. And we're all human. We all believe, like, a transgender person is still a human. Just because they look or act differently or they feel differently inside their body, you're not them. It doesn't affect you. So don't sit there and say, like, being transgender is wrong or bad or anything like that. No. If that's the case, then humans are bad and wrong. Like, because transgender people are human. Well, I may not understand it or may not agree with it. That doesn't mean that I'm gonna sit there and disrespect a person. I'm not gonna be able to see it, right? Where are you, Trap? Saw the smoke. Where? Like, there's no reason. If we all just respect one another, we don't have to like one another. We don't have to be friendly towards one another. But being respectful, there's a difference between loving a person, respecting a person, and being respectful. Like, if we just respect one another's opinions and stuff, the world would be such a better, like, world peace will never happen. That it just won't exist. Because unfortunately, there will always be people out there that think, for instance, the M word is okay, is right. Or that the R word, what happens to females mainly, but it happens to males. It just, so I say women mainly, and the reason why for that is because of the simple fact that mostly when you hear about it, it's always women, because a lot of the time men don't like talk about it, tell people, kind of thing. And it's come to a point where even women are afraid because, you know, just because of what just because of how I act, dress, walk, talk, it doesn't matter. That doesn't give you any right, whether you are male or female, to put your hands on me in any way. While I don't think people should be walking around in, let's say, slutty materials and stuff, that's their own thing. That is for them. We are all people. If that's what they choose to do, that doesn't make them any more of a I'm not sure what to call it. They're still people. Like, they think that, you know, that makes them look good or whatever, and that's how it makes them feel good and stuff. Then that's on them, but that doesn't give you the right to harm them in that way. Again, it doesn't matter whether it be male or female. Like for me, for instance, while in some places in New York, it's okay for women to go topless, for instance, I cannot go into a store, like most places, well, so here's my thing with stores before I say that. I have seen people without shirts on in stores, and they still get service, even though it says no shoes, no shirt, no service on most places. The thing with that is, first off, then it's okay to be pantsless, right? You don't say anything about shirts, skirts, dresses, pants, shorts, underwear. You literally just say no shirt, no shoes, no service. So, and what's considered a shirt? Like, everybody's opinion of a shirt. You ask some people, and a sports bra is a shirt. So, just because of what it's, because again, we're the ones that created it again. We created the word shirt and what it means. So, when somebody else thinks of it differently, it doesn't matter if it's the same concept. So, this whole no shirt, but again, it doesn't say anything about pants or shorts. It just says no shoes, no shirt, no service. So again, it's okay if I go to a store without pants or underwear on, right? Like, I could be bottomless completely. Nothing covering that area. But that's the thing. Yet there's a law in New York State that is considered public indecency. But how so? If I'm going into a public place, like a store, but it literally says no shirt, no shoes, no service, well, that's the rule. That's the law, right? I gotta use this for this. But there's some places in New York where it's okay to be topless, for instance. But the thing is if that's the case, if it's the case that some places women can't be topless, then you know what? That rule should be for men too. Just because we have big titties, I'm gonna call it titties, boobs, you know, bazungas, whatever. Like, just because we have big balls on our fucking chest, we didn't ask for that. We didn't choose to be female. Even transgender people, for instance, you think that they chose to be that way. No, their brain chose to be that way. Their brain is what told them, hey, I don't feel right in this body. This body doesn't feel like it's mine. So, for a person to say they chose it, no, they didn't. It's like, for instance, people go, oh, well, you choose who you love. No, you don't. You fall in love with people. A person doesn't just choose, for instance, to be gay. While some people can be what? They'll explore different, like, tastes of things. So, for, like, I'm not talking about taste. So, no, sexually wise, for instance. While some people will try both sides of the fence, not all the time does it have anything to do with that. Because a person can fall in love with a, like, so for instance, let's say me and my husband. Let's say I was a guy. My husband's a guy, right? And he fell in love with me. Well, that doesn't mean that he's gay, because what it states to be gay, at least from what I gather when it comes to people who are against gay people, is the fact that it's deemed wrong for you to be sexually attracted to a person of the same sex. Okay, but the thing is you're again, and I've said this time and time again, you're looking at it as sexual. Not everything in life is sexual. You can love a person, be in love with a person, and never once have sex. Like, come on. It does happen. Sex isn't the world. Like, the world doesn't, put it this way. Well, yes, the world revolves, in a sense, around reproduction. The world doesn't revolve around sex itself. Because it's not always sex that helps a person get pregnant, for instance. You know, there's IVF and stuff. It takes a man and a woman, a boy or a girl, or a they or them, because again, some people just, you know what? I don't care if you call me a they, them, because the simple fact of the matter is, if we always use that's what I was getting at before, if we always used they, them, instead of just calling a person a she, what? Because that's the other thing. Some men look more feminine, and some women, or girls, boys, girls, all that, sometimes they don't look like their sex, okay? And it's not just because, oh, that's how they dress, or that's how they cut their hair. Sometimes it has nothing to do with that. Their overall features can just look more feminine or more male-ish. So, we didn't choose what our bodies look like. So you can identify, turn around and be like, oh, excuse me, sir, and it be a female. Because they look more, let's say, their overall stock of a body. They could look more male. So again, this whole gender thing for me is like, well, you know, if we never just said he, she, girl, boy, woman, man, and again, like, for instance, I'm saying how, for instance, Jessica, you know, if Jessica could be a boy and yet look feminine, or Jessica could feel like a boy and be technically by what we'll call genetics, or it came from science though, by scientific measurements or genetics or whatever, however you want to call it, their DNA, that's what we'll say, their DNA can be that of a male or a female, because again, we made up that term. We said that, you know, X's are female or XY, whatever it is. Like, I'm not a science major. Like, I don't, for me, it's not something I care to need to know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. So, like, for me, I just know what I am, what I consider myself as, all that kind of stuff. So this XY chromosome bullshit is just that to me. Everything pretty much in life is just bullshit because of the simple fact that we as people created these problems. We as people made up these problems. We as people created life. We as people created the alphabet, the words, and what they mean. So how about this? Instead of, like, for instance, the N-word, which we're going to hop back onto for a minute. Instead of saying that it became you know, well, that's maybe how it was documented. Maybe that's not necessarily true. Again, we don't know. Things are still not fully documented. Not everything in life is documented. So there are things that, way down the line, our ancestors, or, well, their ancestors, we'll call it, they're not, you know, it's not everything is going to be set in stone and where it came from, who the creator was, like, not, like, there, hell, isn't there, like, a thing that, who, like, there's, like, supposedly 3 people that supposedly invented, like, electricity or the light bulb or some shit, or the telephone? Nobody knows, like, the real, true, I don't remember which one it was. I just remember it was some type of invention of some sort that nobody knows the true origin or whatever. That's always gonna happen. That's always gonna be true. That we will never know the true origin of things, because that's the thing. Not everything is documented and everywhere. There are some places that don't have a way, you know, they don't have the means, whatever. Some people just don't care to document. I like documenting. Like me, personally, I like writing things down. Like when I do certain things on Roblox, if somebody gave, Roblox, oh my. Like if somebody gave me something, I always write it down because I want to know. Like I just want to remember. It's a way to remember. That's all it really comes down to, is a way of remembering how to do something or what something is. Think about it. When we do surgery, when we do videos of it, it's a form of teaching, for one. Like, I wouldn't turn around and be like, oh, you watched a video on how to perform an appendix removal or whatever. I wouldn't say that you're a doctor then, or you can perform a surgery. What I'm saying is, documentation just is a teaching tool and a learning tool. It teaches us about background things, or where things came from, how and what things meant at that time, or what they mean now. 'Cause things change too. People change. Things change. You know, the red will always hate the blue, and the blue will always hate the red type of thing. And again, I don't see it. Like, I wish... Why don't we just be a collective? Why do we have to have a Republican or a Democrat thing? Why can't we just be people? Why do we have to label everything? Not everything needs a fucking label. Politics don't necessarily need a label. And then, that's the other thing. Like, again, people are the ones that decided that left, for instance, was Democrat, I believe, and right was Republicans. No, or was... However it is, it's like, okay, well, Republican and red, that's how they got that, right? Like, I don't know why they... Why did they choose the colors red and blue in the first place? There's so many other colors. Why not be green and pink? I don't know. Why does it have to be red and blue? Why does it have to be right and wrong, or right and left? Why does it have to be wrong or right? Like, for instance, Democrats will say Republicans are wrong, and Republicans will say Democrats are wrong. Everybody's wrong, and everybody's right. Like, why do we always need to label things? What does it really matter if a person's a Republican or a Democrat? Like, that's the other thing. Just because somebody might be a Republican or a Democrat doesn't mean you can't, like, for instance, if you're a Republican, doesn't mean you can't be friends with a Democrat. Because, again, not everything has to deal with politics either. Not everything in life deals with politics or has to deal with politics. Not everything in life is about sex, intercourse, whatever. Sometimes there just is and isn't. Sometimes there is no right or wrong. Like, for instance, I'm a female, but is it really wrong for me to feel, let's say, like I feel like a male? Like, no, I don't, but I'm using it as an example. Is it really wrong for me? Like, the whole thing with the gays, you know, homosexuals. Gay, I'm not sure what's right or wrong. I'm just gonna say it for what it is. I prefer gay. I don't like the word homosexual, personally, because it does sound degrading to me. Just the word doesn't sound nice. Like, sometimes words sound mean or wrong or hurtful or hateful, and sometimes that's not even what the word is intending. So, like the word bitch, for instance. There's more than one meaning for it. It could mean a female dog who hasn't had puppies is a bitch. Or yet a person, like a female, for instance, who is just a horrible person, like me, I guess. Like, I don't, again, I'm not gonna get into the actual, the whole thing of it. That's not what this is about. So, I don't really know. I'm not a, I don't know, a wordologist or an English major or whatever, or word major, or a definition major, so I may not know the definition exactly of things, but basically in a sense of what I was taught, or how I was taught, I never really was taught that. The only thing I was taught about bitch is that it's a female. That men are bastards, women are bitches. Or men are assholes and women are bitches. Like that, you know what I mean? So, some things are not based on what the definition is, because I may not know it, because that's not what I was taught, or how I was taught. So, I'm going by, again, my own opinion and experience. That's what this is. And everybody's opinion and experience is different. And there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody should have the right to feel how they feel. I mean, everything in life basically is a social construct because we create it. So this whole, oh, you have to be polite, say thank you, and use your manners, and while yeah, that's nice and in a sense what we would call the right thing to do. What makes it so right though? They're literally thank you, for instance. It's just a set of words. Just because, like again, we gave them meaning, doesn't mean that if I don't say thank you, doesn't mean that that I don't care, or that I am not appreciative of what you did, or any of that. You know, some people just don't think that the niceties are needed. Some people just think that it's an automatic given type of thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's like, okay, so autistics. I'm autistic. Well, I may have not had a full, like, I don't have the written documentation. Back when I was younger, it was talked about, like, couple things where I had it where people kept saying, well, don't label her, it's only bad, and it'll only do her harm. So there's been a lot of things that, like, I've been either kind of, like, hush diagnosed with, or, like, it wasn't ever written down. One thing that, like, they talked to my mother about, and, again, was autism. Back then they thought then, it was just like when ADHD. So, they thought the ADHD came from my, thyroid because I had a goiter, whatever. Basically, I had this softball-sized tumor type thing in my throat, which was my thyroid gland. It overgrew, I guess, I'm not a doctor, and I don't know the specifics. I don't care to know the specifics. I don't really, like, to me, I don't need to know. It's, okay, so I had a thyroidectomy or whatever. Like, to me, it's all a bunch of nonsense in a way. I don't need to know everything about everything. And there are some things that I need to know about, or want to know about. And I will research it then. If there's something I don't understand and I want to understand it, or try to, I will do research on it. So, back when I was told by a friend of mine, well, we're not really friends anymore. We kind of, it's not that we're not friends, and that it's just that we kind of lost touch. Not in it for any reason in particular, just life happens sometimes, and we lost touch. But a friend of mine who was autistic, who had, like, actual, the actual written whatever, she said it, her mother, who is actually, like, an autistic, she calls herself an autistic specialist. She herself is autistic, and she deals with a lot of autistic people. She diagnosed autistics and stuff. That's another thing. Not everything needs to be, like, there are different levels of things. There's, like, different, for instance, they call autism a spectrum, and there's a reason for that. Well, I think in everything there's a spectrum, because of the simple fact that, for instance, fibromyalgia. Everybody who experiences or has fibromyalgia is different. And there's some people out there that'll say that's not a real thing. It is. And it may not. Some people go, well, that's not a real diagnosis. It is. And while you may feel it's not a real diagnosis, it's the diagnosis we have for now, type of thing. Like, I don't think fibromyalgia, for instance, like, I was diagnosed with it. I suffer from pain every day. But the thing is we'll say this with everything. Fibromyalgia. So here's a good one. We're gonna talk about drugs for a moment. We're gonna talk about weed. It's legal here in New York. It's now federally, technically. I don't know if that's been changed just yet, but I do know it was being talked about. Technically, federally, again, I don't know if it changed. So we're going based on what I remember. Is that federally, it's illegal. On the federal level, it's illegal. But state-wise, I'm in a legal state. So legally, technically, I can smoke marijuana. Like, you know what I mean? I either need to be of the age of 21, or you need to have a medical card for it. So, if I have either of those things, then I can smoke weed, okay? And weed can be helpful for a lot of people. But here's the thing. Green crack, let's say, one of the biggest, I guess, you know, you got OG Kush, green crack, Granddaddy Purple, like in like, for instance, Schedule 1, what they, you know, the first 4 weed strains there are. So that you got OG Kush, green diesel, green crack. No. No, what is it? Something diesel. Or diesel something? I know Granddaddy Purple, OG Kush, and green crack. I don't remember. Something sour diesel. Sour diesel. So, one sour diesel is one sour diesel. Everybody's sour diesel is different. Like, so, it's the same thing for autistic. It's the same thing for my fibromyalgia. Fibromyalgia is fibromyalgia is fibromyalgia. One autistic means you met one autistic, and everybody is different. Every autistic is different. Everybody who suffers from fibromyalgia is different. Everybody who suffers from RSD or CRPS, or some people like to call it CRAPS. Everybody is different. Everybody experiences things differently, and everybody will have a different intensity of these things, or different strength, or different whatever. So while some autistics can't talk, you have autistics like, for instance, me, who can. Like, I can communicate. There are times where it's just hard for me to communicate. Or, for instance, the whole social construct. I'm not good always with the whole social thing. Like, I don't need you to sit there and always, for instance, we could be friends and we could talk. I don't always need to have you ask me, or me to ask you how you're doing. Like, there's no need to ask. I'll either tell you if I care to. Because what happens if maybe I don't want to talk about how I'm doing right now? And you ask me that. Now I feel like I have to answer it. And I'll just answer with, I'm okay. Because there's times I just don't want to get into it. And I don't want to have to talk about it. Or say it. So, I don't care for those types of things. You do not need to ask me how I'm doing. You don't expect me to sit there and always ask you how you're doing. Because of the simple fact that for me, it's not needed. It really isn't. We will, again, if we're friends in that, you'll talk to me if you want to. You'll talk to me about how you're feeling or what's going on if you care to. I shouldn't have to sit there and go, hey, how you doing? Got anything new going on? No. I feel like that's looking for information that you don't actually need. Not everything you need to talk to your friend about it or a person about, for instance. But at the same time, it's always nice to. But again, I feel like I shouldn't have to sit there and be like, oh, how's your week going? Or, you know, whatever. Like, you're gonna tell me if you're gonna tell me. I'm not gonna sit there and beg you for that information. And I shouldn't have to feel that way, like that's what you're looking for, too. Like, I will tell you, I will talk to you if I'm ready or want to. or if I'm willing to even talk about it. Maybe I'm not willing to talk about it with you, but there's maybe, like, for instance, there's things that I will only talk to my mom about, but I won't talk to my husband about. Or I'll talk to my husband about, but won't talk to my mom about. For instance, some things with the kids, like, I talk to my mom about the kids. We live together. We live together. We live together. Me, my kids, and my husband live together with my mom. There's nothing wrong with that either. And this way, you know, we can all help each other out. So, while I do tell my mom everything that comes down with the kids, for instance, you know, about the doctor's appointments, stuff like that, I don't need to. Like, first off, she's not the parent. And I appreciate everything my mom, like, I'll talk about it. I have no qualms. While it sounds like some people will say, well, you sound like a bad mom, but that's not how this is. And if it works for us, then that's all that matters, and that's all that counts. So, for instance, my mom will take the kids to school and pick them up. Well, for one, I don't like driving. She knows this, and she understands it. Also, with, like, sleep stuff, normally she's up, where, for instance, I'm not. Our sleep cycles and stuff like that, like, we talked about it. We all sat down and we had a discussion, and that's what we do with everything. We'll sit there and talk about it, whether it's a long discussion or not, or if we talk about it multiple times and we have to change things, like, we talk about these things. And we do what works for us. Like, my mom, I would expect my mom to turn around and be like, you know, and there's been a couple of times where she's like, I can't bring them today, and she'll wake me up. Like, we do what works for us, and everybody is different. And I truly, truly am grateful and appreciate that even though they're her grandkids, she already raised her kids. She already did with her thing. But yet she is willing to do that for me, where she takes them to school and picks them up. Because our school, like, that's another thing. We'll talk about it in a moment. But she does that, and I don't know if she knows it. I don't know if she knows that I do appreciate it. And while it may sometimes seem like I don't feel like I should always have to thank her, because after a while it would get tiring for both of us. I'm pretty sure she'd get tired of me thanking her, for instance, every day for taking the kids to school. And I also don't think it's needed. Like, you know, I didn't beg and plead for her to do it. I didn't demand, nothing like that. Again, we sat down as a family and talked about it. We might not sit down. We might just, like, stand around her bed, or, like, in the kitchen, or whatever. We could just be, like, I could be helping my husband prep dinner or whatever, and we could just be talking. So it's not like we always just, like, sit down, for instance. I just say sit down, like, we sit down and talk. We talk. Like, it doesn't matter whether we're sitting or not. So it may not always be like that. But it's the easiest thing to say, that we sat down and talked. But we come together as a collective family, and we talk about things. And we talk about what we can do to help each other out in different ways. One of those ways was that she can help me out by doing that. And if there's something that I can do in return, or, for instance, like, there's days where, again, she can't do it, then I will step in and do it. Or, for instance, you know, there's been a time where my husband has come and picked up the kids because neither me or my mom were up to it. Like, if it comes down to it, we always find a way. And that's the thing that matters. We're family, and that's all that matters, is that we find what works for us, and we compromise and do the right thing for each other. So, while I may not always say thank you to my mom or whatever, like, I I hope that she understands. I hope she knows that I love her and I appreciate and I am grateful for what she does for me. Even though I am the parent, I'm the one that gave birth to them. The other thing is when they say it takes a village, to raise a kid, it truly does. You know, yes, single mothers or single fathers do it all the time, but the real thing is it does take a village, because a lot of these single parents also aren't sitting there, like, they get help. Like, when a kid goes to school, for instance, let's say I was, we'll consider me. Let's say me. Let's say I'm a single parent. I cook, clean, provide a house, or living arrangement. I do all that by myself for my kids, okay? I'm still getting help. I don't think I've ever had one, and I'm sure there are people out there like that, but I don't think I have ever seen a single parent, we're going to say parent, because male or female, where they work and provide for the kids while also schooling them. I'm sure there are people out there who have done it. I've just never seen that. So, again, we're going based off my experience. Where that whole thing comes in, you have a school taking care of your kid for 8 hours a day. While you may be working during those 8 hours, and that may not also be true, that's a break from your child, or you, basically. Why are you creaking open? Why can't I open? Why must I unlock both sides? Is this the only thing then? Before I do that, hold on. Is that? Did we just like basically complete the game without? Because again, I'm not like going for all the achievements. I'm not unlocking all the events, because some people would say, well, you got to do that too. Not unlocking all the, like, we just basically did that with no upgrades. I feel like there's supposed to be something here, though. But there's nothing in here, at least, that I can... No. So, unless there's something, like, does this do anything? No. Can't see over there. I think that is it, then. Wait, can't go in there. We did the maze, we did that. We'll go through the maze real quick, though. We're just trying to make sure there was no room we missed. No area, yeah. That's it. I have never been down here, so we are going to go in here. But I think we basically completed the game. I don't like this, though. It's dark and dreary. It's kind of scary. Oh, spooky, scary skeletons. I don't know where any of this... Wait, did I die or something? What? What the fuck? I don't understand. What's going on? What are we, an alien or something? Like, what is this? Huh? Can you not do that? That would, like, hurt my eyeballs. Oh, you... That's... Yeah, that's never gonna happen. Yeah, that's never gonna happen. That I could do, I just don't care to. Oh, I haven't technically earned that. Almost. Dunk like you're drunk. Hit the basket with basketball, a beach ball, and a leaf bag. Oh my lord. Yeah, we're done. We completed the game. I'm not gonna go for all these achievements. If I care to, like, I could go back probably and yeah. Oh, look, it's done, and look, I could go like this, and go, there, I'll upgrade, see? There you go, I'll upgrade, all tools are upgraded. I can't do this one because I can't do that, I already did it once, though. Same thing for this. I don't know where all the photos are, but we can look around, I guess. I don't understand, though. There's a photo. So they're like hidden, but yet not. Like you just gotta kind of look. They're out of place, basically. I didn't select that. I didn't select anything. Like you actually have to look. On the back of this, none. Any in the pool? How about in a beach ball? No. I didn't mean to fall down again. Go up. I was trying to do a quick look around like that. Nothing. Checking the maze. Try not to get lost while looking up and down everything. Because, you know, gamers don't look up. We're looking up. Ah, see? Thought there was one in the camp for a moment. No, I'm not going to look up a guide to do it myself, to, like, give a guide or anything. Like, I'm not here for that. I'm here just to play the game, technically. But we're looking. We're going to look for the photos until I decide that I don't care to look any longer. Thanks, Alistair. Like, there's got to be one in here, right? It's definitely not that. Like, I can't open any of these. See? I knew there would be one in here somewhere. I don't think there was one in there. We're at 6 of 8. And I just really don't know where the others would be. I was gonna say, I think there was one on the basketball court somewhere. Alright, we have 7 of 8. Come on, we just need one more. Where could this last one be? We got the one that was up here. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, I could. That doesn't help me. I was just wondering if I could. I don't know. I don't see the last photo. Again, I can't open these. Leaf, love, laugh. I could see that being something where they wind up putting one on the tables somewhere. So I don't think I even got one from this area. I expected there'd be one somewhere in this area. I don't know where this last one is. I really don't. Something on with unlocking, like $20. I wouldn't be able to unlock all of them anyway because I don't have the right amount of money. You would have to do this game, like you have to do everything in a particular order to actually be able to complete it 100%. And I honestly don't think you'd be able to get every achievement or whatever. Unlock every achievement in just one playthrough. Because 40 minutes, first off. Like, I guess you don't have to, like, everything doesn't need to be done. You just need to unlock certain ones and claim certain ones. But, there it is. We got all the photos. There you go. So, we're done with that part. Yeah, we just can't do these. And we got all these. Alright, so we're gonna switch. Exit. We're done with that. I'll play it again, eventually. Could do some berry, or... You know what, let's look at Aloft. Screw it. I played a demo of it before, but yeah, there's some things that I don't think anybody could ever change my mind on. Like, we don't need to label everything. Not everything needs a label. The whole male-female thing, like, why do we even have to have a gender? What is really the point? I get that we have different things, like male and female, like we are different. There's different things that happen medically with us, but why do we have to call it male or female? Like, why can't we just call it human? Because that's what we are. Again, made up word. All these words are made up. Somebody made them. Not one person, but everything starts with one person. It literally takes one person to basically, like, for instance, start a revolution, a new, I don't know. I mean, it takes one person to make it. Look, it can take one person. There are some games who literally have one developer and that's it. They don't have, So, everything takes a person. Well, some things take more than one. I didn't read that. Whoops. Oh well. Everything takes a person. We might turn that, I don't know just yet. Low threat, sure. for now. On for the motion sickness. Camera shake off, good. Display quest on, good. I don't know of any of that. What is this fog? Yeah, I don't want fog. No, I don't care. Can we let's not have any kind of reflections. Because that could mean light reflections too. Like sun reflecting. Distance. Particle effects. Cloud shadows. Snow shadows. Snow cloud shadows. Clouds can be on, but just no shadows. I don't really look up at the clouds, so I really don't care for what they look like, and if you do, I'm sorry. I'm doing things that I'm the one playing. Particle effects. Probably low. No, we want full screen. Which one is it? There it goes. I thought mine was different. No, we don't need to limit FPS. Brightness. Well, I will probably have to adjust it. We're gonna leave it for now. Crouch, control, run, shift, good. At least you guys have that right. Unlike Minecraft, who thinks that run should be control and crouch should be shift. No, shift should always be run. Anyway, character. And what did happen to my streaming software? Hold on, why is it over here? Why did it do that? It doesn't belong over there. Alright, first. We'll go with that. We'll go with metal. I don't like any of the colors. We'll go with that. That look, man, the face is just horrible. They're scary. Why does the nose have to be so fucking ugly and large? This one. It's so ugly. Why, people? And why is red never actually red? Like, that is not red to me. Like, and why only these colors? I've seen people dye their hair purple. I've seen, like, come on. Let us have an actual abundance. Give us some actual options. And these hairstyles. Why does all these hairstyles have to be so like that? Like, not that I don't like them, but they don't look right. Especially with this kind of build, this character. Like, some of these are just weird and scary looking. Because of the character. That makes me look like a male. Same thing for this. I don't. See, that's the thing is, well, look, this look could look good on some people. I personally don't like it. Like, I might like it on a person because they look good, but I personally don't. I wouldn't want to wear it. I think that's the one I'll go with because that's like the best option to me. Again, I wish this was red and not like burnt brown or rust. I mean, rust isn't even red. Like this looks like rust, copper. Go here. We don't need no mustache, no beard. Nope. Luna. For what? Like, yeah. Start game. Create new world. Just gonna do that. I hate that it should stop at a certain point instead of keep cycling through. Because what's the difference between more, normal, more, or packed? Which one is better? Like, you know. Like this. What is it? What is it? It doesn't specify. It's not like it doesn't tell you anything. It just says corruption amount, blight. Okay, what does that mean? What does default mean? What does more mean? You know what I mean? Like, what? Literally. Quite literally. It says, here, determines how many islands in the world will feature combat against corruption. Is this supposed to be light and not blight? Did they put a B by mistake? And how would they do it? Yeah, like, I don't know. This just says for island quantity. How many islands are generated? A higher number will affect performance of the game. Again, because normal, more, and packed. I would assume that normal would be the default. Packed is the most. But it doesn't, like, it really doesn't. So, again, I don't know. We're just gonna go create world. Oh, it does sell it together. Yeah. One of the things. Lay down. Like, where am I gonna lay down right here? Like, it's literally just told me somewhere around here. Lay down? Like, why? Give me more of that. Like, tell me. See, keep doing that. And I know what I'm trying to gather. Craft C. Craft. Yeah. This doesn't. Okay. Craft. Why? What? Used for building and repairing structures. What about, like, an axe? Put the hammer through your tech. Can I demolish things? Like, can I go use the hammer for this? No. Complete the bridge using the construction bead pieces. Oh, that bridge? Still, again, it's. I would like a little bit more specificities. Be a little bit more specific. Oh, you need a net. I don't have a net, see? Again. Yeah, well, I wish you would keep doing that. See, it said lay down again. Gather. Gather what? Where? See, this game. They need to, make things a little bit, I guess, nicer, in a sense. If you're too far away, you're not even gonna see it. If I go like this, it says lay down. Yeah, here I am trying to gather sometimes, and I gotta look down. Oh, hopefully that's it, because I'm not gonna keep trying to slowly walk about and try to see these very light, lit up. See, like over here. I wouldn't have known this was here unless it did that, but at the same time, it doesn't, like, light up and stay lit up. How about that one? Show that a couple of times, and then let it stay lit up. Like, keep it lit up until you get over to it or something. Like, it needs to be a little bit more pronounced. Especially for some of us who do have eyesight issues, or color issues, or know, just anything in general. Yeah, and this is underneath. I can't gather. There. Now it was. I'm gonna assume that I have to fix these. I don't know. I can't see a way to pick it up. Oh, but it only gets 1 wood per thing? Well, we'll see. Hopefully I didn't just fuck myself. Can I do that with these? No. Gather you, though. For some reason. Oh, there was. How do I stop it? I want to. Why fix all that? Like, why actually fix all of it when I can just skip that? Just something right here. Hold. You gain 1 knowledge point. Oh, they changed it a bit. I guess you don't. Maybe you still can find recipes. Workbench. So I guess you still have to actually find recipes too. Workbench. Maybe I don't want to. Talk. Specify something. How do I rotate? Is there no rotate? Q&A. Why? Why can't it just be middle mouse, like rotating your middle mouse button like every other game? Use recipes. Okay, let's go. Craft. Leaf claw. It's just a hammer. there's an axe, but what about a pickaxe? Do I need 2 of these? Maybe I need that and that? Pickaxe, there we go. Okay, so let's see. How do I, like, I want to equip it. Oh. So let's say this right here. Now that I have an axe, though, let me just see something. I want to try to get it all. If I can, I will. I don't know what that bar is. Like, how that. What is that bar even for at this point? I just saw something glowing right here. Scroll to do that. That's nice. At least they have that going for it. Don't let the nighttime switch. It's dark again. Like, that's the other thing. You know, on things that I can pickaxe, like, you know, I go up against this, I can break this, but it doesn't tell me that. But yeah, for the pickaxe one, it does. So it's like, you just gotta kind of figure out what is what, or what you can... Can I destroy this? it is, but I guess oh, there it goes. Like this light changing bullshit. Thought I switched over to the pickaxe. Guess I did it first. I don't want to exit the game yet. I want to get as much loot as I can. What I would hate is that it doesn't come with me. It could just be a tutorial type of thing, and that all this stuff that I'm technically gathering will not come over with me when I get out of the tutorial part. Some games are like that. But I'd rather find that out afterwards, because if it doesn't, and it does carry over, well then I just got a whole bunch of stuff. Ah, I knew it. Like for me, I think. I don't know. Will I be able to get this? Unfortunately, even if I look up, if it's too high. Not nailed down to the ground, I think. Can't really tell, it's too dark. What is that? I'm trying to tell, but I can't. Can I have that torch, please? That would be great. What's this I can I can't get up, I hope not. See what was hiding underneath? See, why would I do that? I'm not going to. I'm gonna do that. Why would I even got rid of the fire? So it only gives me wood, though. See what my inventory may happen to look like. Oh no, it's just continuous, okay. Destroy it. Get the material back. They said destroy the stones and exit the cave. I'm destroying all the stones then. Basically, I am doing that. It's not in the quickest way. Why would I do that though when all this material here is, well, now I'm in a cave. Like, what the heck? That other thing really wasn't a cave, if you ask me. That I don't like. Oh, I think in this game, though, you don't want to, like, you wouldn't want to destroy all the trees and stuff, because you need to keep the piece of the, you know, nature type of thing. Like, you can't, if you get rid of it all, it, like, goes bad, basically, I think. Top of the mountain. Reach the top of what mountain do you want? Well, I get that, but it's not letting me. There it goes. And it just gets wood. Yeah, it just gets wood. I see more mushrooms down there that I want to get. Oh, that was a pickaxe that it wanted to use. Okay, wood? Which to me makes no sense. Now, is this any different from the bigger trees? Not really, but it did give me a seed. Stone stockpile. I guess this was somebody's, like, a makeshift house. Give me all the wood. That want me to gather it for somehow it's. I don't think I can gather anymore. I would have to let it like regrow or something. Oh, you can gather some branches off. Okay. Let's see now. So you don't necessarily have to cut down a whole tree. Nice. I don't know what I would need the charcoal for, but I'm assuming it's going to be needed for something. Why is this one any different either? Haha, I was able to get that. I'm exploring. It doesn't want me to explore, it wants me to go do this, but at the same time I want to explore. Yeah, I think so. Charcoal. No, it gives. I'm not gonna keep like gathering everything, like axing and stuff. I'm just gonna go ahead and pick what I can and gather it that way. I know, something's in here, like, where is it now? It was just glowing. Whatever. I really gotta figure out if there's, like, any kind of fall damage. Oh, if you fall off the side of the world, charcoal again, I don't know. grab some of those, because I don't know what the windstone does. Transparent stone with magnifying properties. Yeah, it doesn't really tell me. It doesn't really tell me anything really that it does. Actually need to. This almost looks like it's burnt, but it only gives wood, it doesn't give charcoal. It's just a little weird. Abandoned chest. Also, is there a way up to this? Like, yeah, you have to do some parkour. I was gonna go down there and see if there was anything in there. I don't care to do parkour. It's gonna be like I'm not good at parkour. I don't like it. I shouldn't be forced to do that in games. Not everybody is as, I don't know. Not everybody can have all the gaming skills. And some people want to be able to play certain games and can't because of the fact that there's things in there that they cannot seem to do. Name parkour, for instance. I know my limits, my capabilities, and I know parkour is not one of them. Is that the same chest that I was just at? Yeah. I thought it was here on the other side. Like, wow. I guess I gotta go up there. So now I'm back over here. How can I get up to that? I want to see what's up there. Oh, I think I wasn't I? Hold on. This is not the way up to it. No, because I'm sliding down now. So, is there a way over this side? knowledge point. Oh, look, allows me to claim an island as your own. Teleport to it. And I would love a torch right now. That would be great. Let's see here and try that. Can't actually see. I don't know what those bars at the bottom of that is. And like right now they're empty. I don't know what it is. Why? So wait, I can walk on this. Doesn't look like it's something you should be able to walk on. How do I get the rope, though? Let's craft that then. How do I get the rope? How do I actually make rope? Still don't know how to do rope. Obviously something else I can make if it's doing this. Or it's just being like, hey, you don't... Scared, but... This looks like a nice little island. Okay, but this island... That was it, though. There's nothing really else to this island. Gotta figure out where I'm gonna go next. Especially since I can't see anything with all these trees. Try to go over to that island that I see, I think it's Corruption. I don't know if I can get to it, but I sure as hell hope so. It's like Corruption. I don't know if I need to, or if I'm supposed to. But I can do that. So I can't gather them. I don't know if any of that's helping. I don't know if it does anything. Corruption nodes. Do they just need these? Oh, or do they need these? Sketch things. Oh, I need paper. I forgot about that. Bye-bye to those logs that fell. That sucks. Oh well. And I don't know if I really want to gather those. Like, are those something that can grow if I leave them, or do I have to gather it? Is what I'm like, not certain on. So it's like I don't know if I want to gather it all then. I'm just cutting down any tree that doesn't have mushrooms on it. If it has mushrooms, it's staying. That one will stay, but this one can go. That one has mushrooms, so that stays. I don't even know if this one's fully done growing. So it's like, I don't think I want to take that down yet. I'm assuming that these ones then can be chopped and they give saplings. They're not full grown. Oh no, you've got mushrooms now. I forgot. Bye-bye. See, if I'm gonna plant them, I wouldn't plant them this close. I do get seeds, so I don't think it matters. I'm just gonna chop and gather everything. Like, I'll leave one tree that says gather on it to, like, the little ones there to see if they grow at all. But I probably will just pick it up and put trees, grow them where I want. With this game, you can completely, like, corrupt and kill off the land if you, like, are to harvest everything. At least that's how it was. I don't know. That was before it was like an actual game. It was a demo before I played. Things are a little different, I'm sure. All these ones really close. I'm gonna. They're not gonna stay here. Anything by there is not. Yeah.